understand that we do budgeting well in advance. We're not last minute budgeters. Our staff was very, very diligent in getting our budget to us by the end of the year, and we had achieved that. To be handed this downloading was not proper planning on anybody's part. So, timing was not well done. I think that should come from you as the read, and I think it can be wordsmithed by our communication. Any other questions?
I think we also need to add that we have 3 police officers to help with the rest of the work. That was one of the initiatives there for rural areas to help increase presence out there to reduce violent crime, and we are being told divisions of the government as a strong possibility of not getting extra help. We have increased that presence at our own cost, and it is helping to help combat crime.
And not to disagree with you, Mrs. Neeks, but I think if we could, that might be a different subject to bring up. This is more about the budgeting item of this, in this item. I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. I just don't want to get
logged down with the quagmire of them saying, well, you guys are already doing that. So I have no problem in our advocacy program to say that we're doing our part, but I'm not so sure we want to bring that up right just yet. You with that?
Yeah.
If everybody's, and I don't disagree with you what we're doing, but I think it's more about the budgeting item and handing the downloading of this at the last minute.
Mr. Nixon? Yeah, and I agree, Mr. Chairman. I think the timing, is the emphasis that we want to put on this particular matter.
Other comments? All in favor? Carried. Announced. Okay, request for decision, special recreation special project funding, page 7 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, this recommendation came from our recreation board, and I'll let
Lorraine speak to it.
So we had 10 organizations apply for funding this year, totaling $105,590.68. The Recreation Board evaluated their projects during the month of November, and at the December meeting narrowed the funding down to $50,165.60. We had a lot of groups this year apply for numerous projects in their application. Nevis did the well. There was also sewer, steps, exhaust. So there was various groups that applied for more than one project. So the Recreation Board narrowed their focus down and have given the following recommendations for funding.
I'd like to move that the Rec Board's recommendation be funded. And I'd also like to add that the Rec Board did a very good job of sorting through these multiple projects. And, that this is the first year we had that happen to that degree. So, of course, the committee has decided to just clarify the application process, and in the future years we'll probably have them a separate project on a different application, so it makes it easier for the board to select which projects to fund rather than sort through the multiple ones. And I think, as Lorraine had noted, that the Nevis community also has sewer issues, so they're just right at this as we speak deciding which to fix first, the well or the sewer. So either way, there'll be no more money, but in the final draft of things, you may see the receipts coming in for that instead.
They're still reviewing. They're looking at quotes and determining the priorities there at Nevis. They had initially submitted an application for $36,000. So the board recommended 12. But they're still looking whether it's going to be the sewer or the well there.
Any questions or concerns? Councilor Nixon.
Question to administration: what do we set aside in reserves for this particular?
50,000 every year.
Mr. Stolberg?
And I guess just one other further point, last year's 50,000 wasn't all awarded. I think it was maybe around 14,000 because a lot of the projects that were applied for, the board felt didn't qualify. It wasn't all used last year.
Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. A request for decision, buy more property gas account arrears, page 8 of our package.
Mr. Chairman, I've had a conversation with the Painter's Gas Co-op, and this is the lot where the gas tank was beside the Buy More store, which you took back on tax sale. I explained to the Painter's Gas Co-op that when the property is returned to us on a tax sale, we get them free and clear of all encumbrances. There is a caveat on there for the riser. Basically, they would like us to pay the back bill and the annual riser fee, or they're going to pull it. And if we then move forward and sell this lot, whoever buys it would then have to have the service put back in place. Do you have anything to add, Chairman?
Just for clarification, is that the store lot itself?
The lot,
Just
this
the lot beside the
side
store.
that had the gas tank on it, I think.
Is it big enough to resell, or is it just a?
The storage, and then tank for businesses use for the storage, and then there's also the lot hall line, there's 3 lots that are all underneath. Ownership.
Okay, so that would be all part of the tax sale, or, okay, thank you.
You got to the CEO. So if you let them pull us out, then they're done. They can't collect nothing then, right?
Right.
There's no lien on the thing.
They can't lien us, they lien the.
It's a bare one. You can still put propane tank in Weimar, Alberta. Yes.
It's certified. Yeah.
No, them hogs, you can still put them in there to heat something. I'd say just let them take it out. That would be I'm not in for paying them, and then leave the riser there, and then we'll be paying every month on the riser.
Every year.
Or once a month, we still whatever, like a year, a month, 6 months, whatever. I just take it out.
I guess that another question, is that the only service, gas service on these particular lots?
I think there's actually 2 connections there, one for the store and one for the hall.
Okay, so there's 2 others as well, is the one for at the gas tank, is it?
No, there's 2 on property, so I'm not sure if this is getting for the store or the property.
Okay, so would all the risers then be removed, I guess would be my question.
This is one for the 3 lots.
Yeah, the community, after the store property and the gas station thing there did not sell, that the community tried hard to find a buyer for it, and it did not sell. So I'm under the impression that it's not likely going to sell for some time. So, we're having trouble selling lots in Erskine, so I think the ones in Weimar are going to be a tough sell as well. So I see no point in paying this $189 a year. Down the road, if someone does buy it, that'll just be a cost they'll have to figure into their purchase price to put the gas back into that lot. So, and we have enough, we're struggling to pay our own bills, let alone paying somebody else's on the back gas charge. So I'm quite comfortable with council denying paying these charges.
Mr. Nyberg?
And Mr. Chairman, through to administration, I'm not sure if you know this or not, but, so let's say we pull the riser out and somebody miraculously does buy it and sets up another property on these lots. When they bring gas back in, will they have to pay the, $1,157 in back taxes or back payment?
still have to pay a fee, which I would imagine would be
It's the same fee
substantial.
whether
That was a bear lot or, thing, so, yeah, no, that's the way to go, and
No brainer.
I think gas go up as good as they are, just trying to ask for requests.
Make that motion, Mr.
I guess, I will make a motion to, go for option 3, that the county inform the Painter Gas Co-op that it does not object to the removal of the gas service from this property.
Any comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay, request 6.3, request for decision, cancellation of uncollectible taxes on oil and gas properties, page 11 of the package.
Chairman, I'll let Sharon, take this.
With companies that have gone into receivership, bankruptcy, and they've been closed off, there's no other ways of collecting the funds, tax funds from them. The government has a program that's a provincial education requisition credit, and they also have the designated industrial requisition credit. And in order for us to claim any of the funds back through those two programs, we need to cancel all of the taxes pertaining to these companies, and then we can recover some of the funds back through these two programs. If you see, there's an attachment or appendix that will show the companies that members that I have identified, and the total of $120,297.80 is the amount that I'm looking at canceling.
Councilor Brewer and then Councilor Nixon.
How much did we get back?
With it through the what is referred to as the perk, it's whatever the requisition or the levy for school for that year, for each year. If it hasn't already been claimed back for a certain amount of years, the same with the DIRC. It's whatever the requisition is, you can claim back. In saying that, I'm been informed that they're looking at consolidating these programs and coming out with a new package, which we haven't received yet. It's supposed to be out before the end of the year. Whether they'll make any changes to it, I don't know, or whether they're just going to give us a new application so you can apply for everything all on one form now. So that's the only change that I know of that's coming with these two programs.
I just want to finish my other question. So the one Quattro, where they used to have that one plant, they're back there building again. It's
But there was some of the,
cemetery.
some of the,
A half a mile south of Prairie Grove Cemetery, and it's on the other side of the road.
some of those properties were sold to another company, and that company is under that company. Right? Do you remember doing a sale through Quattro? And the other company has those properties, I believe.
Still drives me crazy. Change farmland, you gotta pay the taxes on them, these big, the big wheels. In oil, they don't know if they can close up shop one day and start up the next one the same month.
Well, they have changed that, so the same president or ownership of the company that's gone into receivership can't turn around under a new name and try to buy those deals. They've put a new clause in the MGA for that.
I think they gotta change it though, so that, when they change hands, they have to pay up the back tax. Same as if I sell a quarter of land away.
Yeah. Well, that's the way it used to be.
Taxes.
Usually they had to pay up the back taxes, but now when it goes through the court, it's the courts that have been saying that.
Councilor Nixon.
I'd like to make a motion that we write off the $120,297.80 and tax as bad debts so we can proceed with the PERC program.
Other questions, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Grover? Counselor Grover was opposed, you got that? Okay, request for decision, forgiveness of oil field tax penalty.
Mr. Chairman, I'll let Sharon take this one also.
A company has approached us, asking for forgiveness of the 2019 November penalty on roll number 827100 and 799044. They're requesting just the November penalty to be forgiven. They've paid the 2019 current levy taxes. Due to the struggling oil sector, this is a request for forgiveness of just the penalty. Recommendations that the county forgive the November penalty for the following accounts. Roll 827100 for $1,502.72, and it's a linear account. Roll 799044 for $78.14 in industrial for the total of $1,580.86, or that the county forgive a portion of the November penalty for the following account. I'll leave that to the discretion of you if you choose to take it, and that the county deny the tax forgiveness request. And this is allowable through the Act under Section 347.
I'll make the motion that
Reduce.
we forgive the, it's not arrears, it's the penalty, for, forgiveness of 1580.86. Tax roll at 87100 79904.
Just before, in your thoughts, and this will affect all of companies that have received penalty, so they may also come and request that, just as a reminder.
We had one that was a day late, and in the county of Stettler, they were a day late. They made a mistake and didn't get it in here in time, and we charged them full amount. So I'll be voting against it.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All question, all in favor? Opposed? Counselor Nixon was in favor, rest were opposed. Okay, 6.5, request for decision, accounts receivable write-off, page 16 of the package.
Mr. Chairman, this is kind of a housekeeping thing that we do every December, and I'll let Krista take it, if that's okay.
We had a couple customers that had outstanding accounts receivable that we've been working on since 2018 for collection. One was January and May of 2018 for $243.52, which was bulk water sales. And then we had another bulk water customer for $2903.85 that was in September of 2018, who is now since declared bankruptcy. So the chances of getting that one are very slim. The other one, we cannot transfer it to any land, so we have these two receivables. We do make every effort when it comes to water with the bulk water. If they aren't paying their bills, we do lock their account, so that way there's no further charging being done when we encounter problems like this. Even after 3 months, we'll put a lock in their account if they're not making a payment, which usually settles a lot of them up, but these ones had no further purchases. So we're just looking for authority to write these accounts off and proceed from there.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. When we set up these charge accounts, and in my own personal business now, if you were setting up a charge account with me, I asked for a Visa as a background. Do we do that? Can we do that, or?
Can't hold visas. We've made a policy that we will not hold a Visa number here for liability and risk reasons to hold a visa. We at one point, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But what we had done previous is we had required there to be a security deposit. Security deposits were then changed, that we were no longer charging security deposits, and that changed approximately a year ago, that we didn't have a security deposit for bulk water sales. So there's no recourse, and even the $100 security deposit wouldn't have made a dent in either of these accounts. Yeah.
Just a question to administration. What's the total bulk sales for the year approximately?
I couldn't tell you that offhand. Don't even have that in my system.
Is this a substantial percentage or just a small percentage?
This is a small percentage.
I would like.
This was in 2018, both of these. The 2900 was one company that was doing a lot of development and requiring it for the development purposes at that time. And
I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Chairman, that we write those debts off.
Mr. Brewer? If the same developer for a different developer for the same development comes in, can you put it on there? No?
Usually we don't have a lot of risk with water, same with waste management. People don't pay, we cut them off, and if they're intent on, and they need it for what they're doing, they pay immediately. Just like with the county, we have outstanding AR, especially with oil companies or any company trying to haul. We just shut them down and they pay within half an hour. Yeah.
we've done that.
Any other questions?
I just have a
Councilor Nixon.
Mr. Chairman. Now, even though we write these off, there's probably still an attempt to recover these costs.
We still have sent out the letters, and we still make every effort to try to collect them. We had another company that we had flagged also on there, and that is 2018, but they're committing to try to make payments. So we do every effort to try to collect on all of them.
I was gonna ask a question, that said it consisted of 3 customers, but we only have 2 on here, so.
Yeah, we ended up having 3.
No, 2.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Brewer?
Oh, lost my train of thought. Well, this year, so there's, yeah, one of us, so he's declared bankruptcy, this company's declared bankruptcy, so we're on their list of people to get paid.
And in the event that we do get something back, we will recognize that as revenue at that time.
Thank you.
Councilor Stolberg or Andrew?
Sorry, I was just gonna answer Councilor Nixon's earlier question. 2018 sales were about $63,000 across the country.
Any other questions? All in favor of the motion? Carried.
Thank you.
Hey, I see we have somebody else that's come into the chambers. We should do introductions. Barney?
Counselor for Erskine Buffalo Lake.
Larry Clark, Reeve, and Gatsby Blanca.
Dave Brewer, Councilor for Big Valley.
Wayne Nixon, Denelda Red Willow.
Les Dilbert, Counselor for Bymore Indian.
James Nyberg, Erskine South Warden.
Christensen, Communications.
Andrew Burshak, Director of Municipal Services.
The Cassidy CAO.
Rick Green, Director of Operations.
Where? Okay, request for decision, interim budget, page 17 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also direct this to Krista.
So, yes, I'm here, Dave. So basically, this is just also a housekeeping. We have to have a budget in place prior to rolling into 2020, so we have to have a budget to continue operations. So basically, we will just adopt the 2019 budget as an interim operating budget until we pass the operating budget in, which I'm looking at in January of 2020.
Councilor Brewer,
I'll move the interim budget.
questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. 6.7, request for decision, 2020 cost of living allowance, page 19 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is something that we also do every December, and we've gone through and listed some of what our neighboring counties are doing and our partners within the county of Stettler. So we're recommending, based on the Consumer Price Index of October 2019, we're recommending a 1.6 cost of living increase.
Councilor Stolberg,
I would like to move that the county approve a cost of living increase to all staff effective January 1st, 2020 at the rate of 1.6%.
questions, comments? Councilor Nixon?
Question, what does say 0.1% make in the overall cost, I guess, to the county?
In the budget?
Say 1.5, 1.6 to the budget, yeah.
So
Crystal's just cringing back there.
payroll running probably 5, yeah, if you put all the departments together, I'm thinking 5, 5.5, so what, your calculator works better than mine?
56,000.
Yeah.
On the 0.1, percentage.
70,000, it'd be closer to 70,000.
I'm just curious, thank you.
Do the math right.
Find my data on salaries and I'm struggling with it. Yeah, Crystal will probably have a more accurate number than I do.
Any questions? Well, they're looking at that. Councilor Nixon, or do you want that to follow up after?
No, that's fine.
No other questions? All in favor? Carried. Okay, request for decision, Shirley-McCollum Regional Water Services budget.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew, did you want to speak to this one?
So this is the budget that Shirley-McClellan Regional Water Services Commission presented to its members, or distributed to its members November 11th. So as a result, we've brought it forward to council for any comments to forward back to the commission. They'll be considering it tonight. They will be bringing back an amended from what's in front of us, just because some of the municipalities got in their water numbers after the budget was already sent out, and it made for a much better picture, much better picture. So the commission is asking that councils provide any comments they have on the budget, as well as comment on whether they would like to see the administration fee, which is an annual fee. We take the expenses of all the administrations of the board expenses and the office type expenses, county's contract, etc. Take half of that and bill it directly to the municipalities, just split 14 ways evenly, and then the rest of it's recovered through water sales. This year, we're finally in a position to dissolve that fee and have it based entirely on water usage, which is the eventual goal. It was set up this way originally so that communities not receiving water but still receiving the benefit of the administration of the commission would be paying in for a bit of that. But we've gotten to the point, we had enough of a surplus that it would not affect the water rate. The proposal with this budget is no change to the water rate. Remains at $260 or $2.60 per cubic meter to the municipalities.
Just if I could get a little bit of clarification. So currently, right now, we have 14-member municipality.
Yeah.
And we are charging each individual municipality a certain administration fee.
Yeah.
And we're now contemplating in the 2020 budget.
Correct.
To go with just an administration fee offset by the water use.
Exactly. So there would be no flat fee anymore.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was in 20 or 21 you were planning on doing
that.
Because we would have 3 of the municipalities that wouldn't have water service right now.
Or technically, because White Sands doesn't technically have any consumption themselves.
Counselor Nixon?
My suggestion would be that, that it not changes in 2020, but be phased in for the next 3 or 4 years or so, is what my suggestion would be, just because, I know it's more fair to the other municipalities, but they're also have signed up originally and will eventually benefit, so, you know, I guess no water usage would be no administration fee. So I think it should be phased in over a few years. That's my own personal feeling.
Counselor Neitz?
A question about water. When we have a truck fill station at White Sands, if they wanted to hook on to water, they would come directly from that line?
So what would happen is, no individual person can hook up to the Shirley McClellan line. When we hook directly to the Shirley McClellan line, we require the municipality to do it. The municipality is responsible for that infrastructure coming off the line. Shirley won't pay. So if a White Sands resident wanted to hook up directly to the line, they would have to arrange something through White Sands. In an urban setting, you're not likely going to have one-offs approved like that. They're going to need to do a more thorough system design.
But that's what I meant, is the line is there if they so chose.
Yeah, if White Sands came tomorrow and said, you know what, we're going to build a $4 million water system in the hamlet, White Sands is ready to go.
So, if I was a resident outside the county, utilizing our water station, I pay no administration fee.
For bulk water sales? So the way we count, the bulk water rate is more expensive than the member water rate, and that accounts for both the capital debenture and the.
So if I'm an outside, I was just thinking, we just talked about a company that was there that I don't want to see them get the benefit, or other residents outside our municipality getting the benefit without paying that fee. So. Okay.
Counselor Lambert?
Yeah, that's, I will accept that as a motion to make that. Go ahead.
And Counselor Nixon had comment. Do we have to?
And then to my, I will make comment to Mr. Nixon's comment. In somewhat, I do agree with you, Mr. Nixon. I see where you're coming from, but I think we're also getting into micromanaging a board that I think has their own autonomy, and we should let them do what they're going to do.
Counselor Nixon?
Just to respond to that, Mr. Chairman, this has been a conversation for quite a few years, and I sat on the Shirley McClellan board for quite a few years, and that's been an ongoing conversation. And 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, we did decide to go to half the administration costs. So just to, I don't know, that's my own like I said, that's my own personal feeling, is that it should be phased in over 3 or 4 years, the next 3 or 4 years. That is, the eventual goal was to have it everything paid from the water rate.
Motion on the table.
It's a motion to accept it as presented.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Approved.
Do we have an answer to Councillor Nixon's question? So the total payroll budget, that's everybody, part-time, full-time, employments, every department, about $6,095,000, so a 0.1% increase would be $6,095. So from a 5 to 6, it'd be $6,095.
Okay.
No, I asked .1.
Oh, I see.
The difference between, just,
Yeah, no, that's-
you can say between 1.5 and 1.6 is what my question was.
Okay, 6.9, request for decision, Stettler Public Library Board budget. It is page 28 of our package.
They're a delegation this afternoon.
Oh, delegation will come, okay, so
Wait till after their delegation.
wait till after delegation.
Just that. Makes sense.
Come and ask. Okay,
if they showed up and said we already approved it, I don't think they'd be hurt, but.
Okay, 6.10, request for decision, purchase of photocopiers.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna let Andrew speak to this one again.
Mr. Chairman. So this is part of the 2019 budget. Technically, our policy does allow us to purchase this without bringing forward, but capital items of this nature, we've always brought forward as a matter of information and approval. We did seek 3 quotes for both the capital and operating commitments over 5 years, and the results are displayed. Our recommendations, Digitex Canada, based out of Red Deer. They have a local service technician, lives practically across the street from us. We've worked with both Digitex and Digital Connections and felt both of those applicants were good, but Digitex has a slightly lower 5-year total cost of operating or total cost of ownership, and that's a very excellent service rate.
Councilor Stolberg?
I would like to move that council approve the purchase of the photocopiers through Digitex Canada for a total of $30,066 plus GST.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, through to administration, the fact that we have a company that Digital Connections is in Stettler.
No, they're Red Deer.
Okay, so I was wondering,
Digital Connections.
both one of these have an office in Stettler.
No.
I was just wondering about travel time, if it was the same. Yeah, fair enough.
Any other questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. Request for decision, 6.11, regular council meeting date, page 33.
So, when we come back, after Christmas, this is a pretty quick turnaround for a council meeting date if it's scheduled on January 8th. So we were looking to move it to the next week if that would work for council. And I'm doing this purely selfishly because I want to take off from the 20th of December to January 3rd. So I'm hoping you'll give me a little leeway on this. So I'd like to move it to the next week. We were recommending either the Tuesday, because I think the Wednesday we have MPC. Is that, yeah.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, through to Mr. Gerber, how long is your seed plant meeting? Will you be back on Thursday?
Probably won't be here, but that's all right. It's, I think it's 15th to the 17th. So 14th should work.
No, we can't have the 14th because we have MPC and ASB that day.
14th is 15th.
Oh, okay, 14th is Tuesday. I'll make the motion that we're to go on the 14th if that works for everybody.
I was gonna say,
Tuesday the 14th.
yeah, that works with me.
We'll send that out to our schedules.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, then we've got 6.12, but we do have an in-camera session at the end of the day, so do we carry that to after the in-camera session? Councilor?
I would say we should, just like the library board they're presenting. If we're gathering more information, we should put it till after the in-camera session.
Everybody in favor of moving it to that point? Okay. Well, after the in-camera session. 6.13, seed cleaning, board meeting.
Convention in Edmonton.
Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I'd love to make this motion if we can get rid of Mr. Oh, sorry, Dave. I'd make the motion that we send David to the seed cleaning plant as usual. You're the representative to that, it's important you.
Okay, any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Okay.
Felt the love in that motion, I hope.
So we are into
But yeah,
bylaws.
Mr. Chairman, we have some bylaws that we could take care of right away. The bylaws 1625-19, 1626-19, and 1627-19. Those are pretty standard housekeeping items for December.
Can you give us the numbers that coincide in our package here, just so,
Page 86, 9.5,
9.5, 9.6,
And 9.7.
9.7?
9.5, 9.6, and 9.7.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion that we go ahead to proceed to 9.5. Okay, we should have a motion that shows that we are moving that forward.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, 9.5 for first, second, and third readings, page 86. Package.
And that's the bylaw that we do this annually. It's a special tax levy. Basically, just helps fund the water system up there until we get total build out at Buffalo Sands. Reduces a little bit every year.
Move first reading, Mr. Chairman. First reading, questions, comments, all in favor? Carried. Councilor Naber,
I'll give you second reading, Mr. Chairman.
any questions or comments? All in favor?
I'll give you the motion to go to third reading.
All in favor? Unanimous. Councilor Stolberg,
I move third reading.
all in favor? Carried. Okay, we are on to 9.6 then. 1626-19 Buffalo View Estates Special Tax Levy.
Right, and this is a similar bylaw for Buffalo View Estates, which is now Roshan Sands Heights. And it's just to help fund the water system until total build out.
First reading, Mr. Chairman. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Anyone? Councilor Stolberg,
I'll move second reading.
questions or comments? All in favor? Carried.
Move it to third.
All in favor? Unanimous? Councilor Nyberg? For third reading, all in favor? Carried. 9.7, bylaw 1627-19, operating boring bylaw.
We have to have a borrowing bylaw in place to cover off county visas, and in case, because we collect our taxes so late, October 31st, in case we run into any difficulty, we have some money to draw on. We were carrying a $5 million balance last year. We dropped it to 3, which it had previously been pre-county shop, and now it's back down to 3. Again, we're recommending 3 going forward.
Councilor Grover, first reading. Questions, comments, all in favor? Carried.
Can we go first, second, and third, or do we need to advertise this?
No, you don't have to advertise this.
I'm going to use second reading for that, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Nyberg, all in favor? Carried. Councilor Nixon, all in favor? Unanimous?
Bring it through third.
Carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure on the community aggregate and the general traffic bylaw, can we do those? Were anyone coming as a delegation or?
Not that I'm aware of,
I
no.
wasn't sure about that. So you can consider those two now if you want?
Okay, so that it would be 9.3 and 9.4.
9.4.
Okay, 9.3, page 60 of our package.
60.
Yes, page 60.
If I may ask a question, Mr. Chairman, Andrew,
Did we take out the targeting of the trucks in this bylaw?
No, it is still shown in this bylaw. If I may.
Yes.
So the bylaw before you looks similar to how you saw it at first reading. There's only been one amendment. The off-highway vehicles on ER that we talked about for, snowmobiles to get to the lake hasn't changed. The new language around the road use agreement hasn't changed, but with the tarping, the covered loads, We did change, there was a text in there, it said that all earth, sand, and gravel and other loose materials had to be tarped. We removed the ambiguous other loose materials. If council wants to expand the scope of what's included beyond earth, sand, and gravel, we'd like that spelled out, and we can do that as amendment. If you want to get rid of the covered loads entirely, we can do that. Just if we make any amendments at second reading, we would, our requirement under the MGA is to provide you a full copy of the text prior to third reading. So we can do those changes and still consider the rest of the third reading later in the day.
So, if I can, through to administration, Jimmy the farmer is taking a load to the dump. But
Not if it's earth, sand, and gravel.
exactly, that's where I'm saying it, and that ambiguous, I know it's an ambiguous statement in there, but it does almost act as a catch-all, right? Because, I mean, we've all seen somebody driving down the road with a truckload full of insulation, no tarp on it. And we have, thankfully, community groups that will clean up some of our roads, but I'm not so sure. I think we should still have that ability to do something about that.
Also, if I may, Mr. Chairman, did receive an email from Councillor Gender, who is away ill today, who basically is not in favor of the low tarping at this time and wanted more information regarding the DOTs for comparison. Did I get that right?
Councilor Beats and Councilor Brewer.
I say we leave in the earth, sand, and gravel for this time and have a further discussion, because I think our bylaw officers, when you leave it ambiguous, it'll be a logistical kind of nightmare for them to decide who and what. And I've also been asked if we could put on there to cover the earth, sand, and gravel, because if we put completely cover with those roll tops that go over to the gravel trucks, if you want to get technical, they do cover, but they don't completely cover. So that was one of the concerns out there, was to still cover, and that would still cover those push button electronic cover tops. And then for a date on here to give people time to comply with this bylaw. So, because I know if we pass this, it would kick in tomorrow because it doesn't have a date on here. And so if we gave some kind of by compliance time, like May or whatnot, to give people time to get those targets.
Part, if we could, my only suggestion for council to consider would be is if we specifically put that on the covered loads part. The other two portions of the bylaw I would hope to have in effect sooner than that, but the covered loads I understand.
Brewer.
I think like with the gravel trucks and their tarps, I know how they go on there. That's industry standard, though. I don't think they can ticket for one that's industry standard. The other one was legal, taking my information to the dump.
Sorry, Dave, I don't mean to point you out.
What catches that, it's an unsecured load, and I know that.
Yeah, no, you're right, absolutely.
They can get that under an unsecured load, and which they should. And the ones out of Calgary there, they were tarped coming to my vetted 590 landfill. And then when they dump, they just dump it and blows all over, but they lose pieces from your Calgary too. I don't know how you control that.
That's fair enough, yeah, no, absolutely, and that makes sense then. So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, just to speak to that, to Mrs. Neats's comment about a date, that can be done, we could implement this date today with, instructions for our peace officer to do an education portion first. So stop somebody, say, okay, here's what needs to be done. We're giving you a warning today. It happens very, very often with a new law change. We saw it with seatbelts at the time. We saw it with cell phones. We saw it with a number of traffic acts that they would have a period of enforcement that was education, and then at some point the peace officers could actually say, okay, we've done our education portion for 2 months or whatever. I think administratively that could be done, so we don't have to get in the quagmire of changing the bylaw.
Does that work, Andrew? From an education portion to, would we send a letter out to our main transport?
Yeah, our intent
Administration can handle that.
the communications plan, but from an enforcement side, technically we can, on direction of council, not enforce and do education. If the bylaw comes into effect today, we still have the right to pull them over and educate them roadside, whereas if the bylaw didn't come into force later, pulling them over to educate is a little dicier. Just because, we're pulling them over without probable cause at that point, so that is an option.
Give them 3 months or something.
And that can be just direction to council, or by council to administration.
Well, I was just thinking, our peace officers are really busy now. And they generally work by complaint. And to pull over and educate, I think if we educated them now, but we still had it nation date, I think that might be a little better, because that uses up more of their time, just to educate when we aren't gonna send out letters anyway.
Councilor Grover?
I think we should implement it today, and we've had good luck in the past years. Everything that we do, a lot of times our police officers don't like they educate. Same with my manure haulers that I have in my area. They educate them, and then sometimes they're gonna be re-educated. But you get more stuff with honey than you do with other stuff.
Absolutely.
Councilor Stettler?
I agree with Councilor Grover, because I think it would promote more goodwill amongst our protective services if they did give a warning rather than say, well, even if we push it till June 1st or whatever, May 1st, and say, well, you had a letter, we're finding you today, and some people don't read their mail very closely, so I think the implement it today and instruction of protective services that they're quite free to give a warning that first time. I think that would go a long ways, really.
So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adopt this traffic bylaw as presented, so the ambiguous nature is out of it, with instruction to have administration figure out in consultation with our peace officers what they feel is a suitable warning time, whether it be 3 months or whatever. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Needs?
So the amendment, were we taking out completely covered too, because it's still gonna.
Yes, I agree with that, yes.
That's one of the amendments.
Any other questions, concerns? Take the second reading. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Nixon opposed?
So the third reading, we don't need to, get that too.
So we can take it to third. Yes.
Done?
No, we didn't.
You didn't add anything?
No, there's still, Mr. Grover pointed out that you still have the option, and they still have the option of getting you with a loose load. Fine. Covered by provincial law. I think Mr. Grover gave you the motion for third.
Motion to go to third?
No, for third reading.
Third reading.
Or third, I make a motion for third reading then. But, because we already had one, that's right.
We already had the first reading, and then we had the consultation, and
Questions, comments?
Did you wanna see the actual amendments before you?
Yes, that was my question.
Yeah, technically, you're allotted the chance to read the whole bylaw. However, with the minor being a single word being removed, that whole amendment is on the screen as it would read now, in red with the completed shown as deleted.
that was what was sent out to us, right?
The doubt, and then just with one what you have minus one.
Complete, yes, yeah. So nothing's, you've changed nothing other than what we had in our package, other than removing completely. Okay. And only in that one spot.
Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Nixon opposed? Carried. Okay, 9.4, community aggregate payment levy bylaw, page 76 of the package.
I'll move second reading there, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Counselor Needs opposed? Third reading? Okay, Counselor Nyberg. Questions or concern?
So you don't take it to third read, just do third read? Okay.
Only time that you have to take it to third
You
reading.
do 1, 2, 3.
You do 1, 2, 3. In this one, we've had consultation with public engagement.
But in the third, and then when we go from first reading, even the third reading, if anybody has input, they can still put in input into it. Any input?
I was just gonna say my concern was, just implementation and weighing and, making it equal and fair for everybody. It might be hard.
Those are usually hard. I'll give you third reading, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, concerns?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, that we have actually spoken to that in quite length at our public consultation, and, we recognize that things are going to be difficult probably, or not easy at least, to implement all of this, but I think it's definitely something we have to move forward on.
Any other questions, comments? All in favor of third reading? Opposed? Counselor Needs is opposed. Okay, carried.
Okay.
9.2, we have,
So we can go on to reports, I guess. Or, unless you wanted to do the Buffalo Lake and then go on camera, but.
amendment to land use, page 53, what do we have?
You both require public hearings.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, we can go to reports, Chief Administrator's Officer's Report, page 90 of the package. Anybody have questions, or Counselor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for not sending this out earlier. I just have two questions when I was looking through the package, scanning over it the third time. And I apologize. I have to get to my antedated. How do you say that, Andrew? Got it. I've got it marked. If there's somebody else has a question, I will get to, and I apologize. Should be able to mark this so that I can go right to that page. It is Yvette's.
Uh-oh.
Anybody else that has something, will I find it?
Yes, Counselor Nixon.
Just a comment, a very comprehensive report. Thank you, Paul.
It's a novel, eh?
I like the pictures from Public Works.
Yeah.
Rick listened to me, he sent pictures.
Also on the bottom of page 90 with the meeting with the RCMP, I will send out a little bit of a note after too with what his name is, when we expect to see him on the ground. But it happened yesterday and we thought we'd talk about it today, but it's a very hard name to pronounce, so I'll spell it and then you can all take your own chance at pronouncing it. Seems like a good fellow though. Very workable. Looks like Sergeant Dunning. Yes.
No matter, first name, yeah.
on to financials, cause it was in financials that I.
Well, Council Stillberg?
I will move the administrator officer's report.
All in favor? Carried. Financial reports, questions, if you have one on it, no, Counselor Nyberg, did you something?
I apologize, I may have to ask afterwards. Other file is not.
Counselor Gender did ask some, but they were all answered over email.
Yesterday or the day before?
Right, this goes back to the reports, I was gonna ask Rick, when I saw those, pictures of the pile of wood, do you let residents come pick them up so they can use them for firewood in the future, or?
We have been, we're changing the way we're doing a lot of this, to speed it up quite a bit. We have it in the past, has always been buck everything up down to like 16, 18 inches pieces. That's a very labor intensive to take it down that level, and then if they don't come and pick it up, we gotta go back and get it later. So what we're trying right now to see if we can get the case improved, is we're taking everything down to basically 16-foot logs now, loading them onto a trailer and we're stockpiling them. Just to get them out of there, and it seems to be speeding things up, but the effort it takes to get everything down to firewood is taking forever.
Yeah, I just noticed all those piles, wondered what you did with them.
Quite a hit though in the community.
We're adjusting it just to see how the pace goes, and so far they're moving a lot faster, getting the wood out of there, so.
Counselor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, I did find one of them, and it was Victor Canada. It's in the direct debits. Direct debits 11/01/19/22/53/0 for 12,000. What is Victor Canada? It's above Equitable Life in the direct debit charges. Okay, and also the other one, Scotiabank Tax Department, are we paying someone else's taxes?
We had to refund them, they paid and they had, sometimes we get that, they get confused and they do the monthly payments to the bank comes in and pays them, and then they come in and pay them.
Oh, I see, okay.
We refund the difference, or they've sold their property, one of the two.
Oh, okay. I've never seen that before, I didn't, that makes sense. Okay. That was the only two. Like I said, I apologize, I had scanned over the package, and last night I had done a more thorough in-depth look at it.
And we'll get back to some Victor Canada.
I'm fine with that, there's nothing nefarious, I just, more for my education than anything.
Any other questions on the financial reports?
I'll give you a motion to move those then, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor? Opposed? You in favor?
No, I was in favor.
Look
My
at this
hand was
one.
up.
Okay, all
Didn't look this
in
way.
favor. I did, but it was down. Okay, Counselor fee sheets, page 175.
Move those, Mr. Chairman.
Questions on them? Seeing none? Counselor Stillberg, or?
No, I was gonna vote.
I didn't do anything.
You moved them? Okay, I'm sorry, Counselor. My head was, okay, all in favor? Thank you. Carried. Counselor committee reports, everybody review, is there any questions on any of them? Counselor Stillberg?
Just got one clarification on my FCSS report. I put that the FCSS takes the applications for the Christmas hampers, and I also put in there that they help pack, but they don't any longer. They just take applications now. So whoever does that work, I didn't want to slight them for taking credit.
ATCO Electric
Does the packing, so.
Don Rasmussen for the Christmas hamper, I think is the chair this year.
And then another organization does the deliveries. Is that where is that?
I think ATCO does
That's
package.
the deliveries too, yeah. So I just want to make that clear.
Any other questions on Councilor Nixon?
Comment, Mr. Chairman, to Councilor Stillberg, I was glad to see that Crescent Eight got the 100 men left, but
Long goal for that one. Third time's a lucky charm.
farm, you betcha.
Counselor Needs?
I was gonna ask Les, do you know how long they are taking collections for the hampers and stuff? Did they mention that? When do they hand them out?
Or donations, well, that could go right up till the.
Because they're packing them on the 18th. And what's on our calendar.
Okay. So then it would have to be before.
I thought it was the 21st. Maybe it's the delivery on the.
Delivery could be the 21st, but I know on our calendar it shows the 18th.
Yeah, I was just wondering so everyone out there could know that they're still taking donations up until such and such.
Office downtown.
Any other questions on? Reports? Seeing none, can I see a motion? Counselor Nyberg, motion to receive, all in favor? Carried. Okay, consent agenda items.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Bruce and Wilson, Alberta First Resolution, page 192.
So we've been asked by the County of Wheatland, which I think they've asked everyone that attended the RMA to consider this motion and consider passing a resolution, supporting it or not supporting it.
Make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we receive this for information.
I think we can run through these individually, probably, Yvette.
Sure. Yep.
Counselor Nixon has on for the 11.1, all in favor? Carried. 11.2 RMA patronage rebate, page 196.
Yeah, this year, they're asking us if instead of receiving our patronage rebate, which we usually put towards Christmas presents for the staff, like coats or toques or anything like that, or instead of getting the rebate back, letting them know if we would like to sponsor an event in the community.
Yes, Counselor
I think we continue doing what we've done in the past. Tell them what we've spent it on, that we are doing it to enhance our staff's wellness in our community.
Counselor Stobart?
Other further point is we do sponsor a lot of events in our community as a county already. Perhaps some municipalities aren't so good on that end, but we do sponsor a lot of community events already. So I'm with Councilor Nyberg, I'd like to see our policy or our procedure remain unchanged.
We can send them a letter and tell them what we do with the money.
Can we put that through to Nikki? Is that thought or just staff?
Oh, downloading, Nikki.
It was a motion to continue.
Yeah, either or, you can make a motion to continue what we're doing, send a letter that what we have been doing.
Counselor Grover, you're voting. All in favor? Carried. Service Alberta broadband internet. Page 11.3, 197 of our package.
I think this is just basically for your information.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not so sure that this is. After reading this letter, they've asked us to reach out to them. Rural broadband is something that, I'll tell you what, as of late, I have found to be a big issue for me. My wife complains to me on a regular basis of a certain company not supplying rural high-speed, what do they call it, rural and rural high-speed consistent internet. Ours is not consistent at any given time. There's sometimes that I can't send an email on my phone. We have a minister here that is looking to reach out to us, and I think any chance that we have an opportunity to, we need to be in contact. This may be ways and means to a backdoor of getting our way into other areas of the government. So I think we should definitely have a contact person and send that name forward to them. As
I would put my name forward if that's something we want to do from council, as long as I can have Mr. Andrew with the word technical support.
The town actually took an interesting choice in this, and they actually appointed a community member. In this case, a community member who was fairly instrumental in resolving their own high-speed issues and was part of the effort to lobby to get TELUS to upgrade their infrastructure. I'm not sure that I have such a name to appoint that would be more familiar with the rural area here, so certainly we can keep it in-house, but
I would be that point man till we could find somebody absolutely, I do think it's important. There's a number of our ratepayers that are, reliable was the word that they use, and it's not, let's just say it.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman, that we name Mr. Nyberg as designated contact for broadband.
Questions, comments? Councilor Neek?
I would put Andrew on there too. Both of them.
Okay, all in favor?
Vet had a
All
question.
done?
No, it's just, in the past, when we've given letters of support for providers, but we've never got that involved, basically because of the competition within the county of Stettler. We have a lot of, private companies that are providing this type of service. But I agree with you. In the last year, holy cow, it's gotten awful. And our cell phones have gotten terrible. And you talk to TELUS, and they have admitted that they have turned down the whatever because of the downturn in the oil and gas. So maybe that's an approach we take too, with not only with the loss of tax revenue in oil and gas, we're losing some of our internet capabilities. Yeah.
Is this is more on broadband, but would it open that conversation? Because the telephone systems are terrible now.
Well, part of the
We're back 15 years.
Part of the telephone system is the TELUS hub, not to name names, but the TELUS hub is getting out there more and more. My neighbor uses it. In the past, I was told by other neighbors that it doesn't work. My neighbor just to the north or south of me says, yes, it does work. One more house, like we're talking a quarter of a mile down, says, yeah, if you go to the top of my house and hold it outside on the ladder, you've got it. So that is internet access. Absolutely. Got that.
So we have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Alta Link, CETO update, page 199 of our package.
Is there anything, not a comment that we can do any with this?
Yes, the only comment I have on this is we've been seeing the ones in the north part of our county coming into more of a central part of our county. We see this one. They are doing a major line install along Highway 12 on the south side. And we haven't seen anything at all on that. I don't know if they're in farmers' fields. I don't know if it's in Alberta Transportation right away, so they haven't contacted us. Have you seen anything on an expansion like it would be from 2 miles east or west of Gadsby to, south of Botha somewhere? It follows that straight road through.
Is that a private line to hook up?
No, it's a big 3-phase, but they did run a short section of 3-phase 10 or 15 years ago that ran from the bridge on Highway 12 just west of Gadsby over to, I think it went to Pan Canadian sites and over to the Bymore Road basically.
This isn't running to another site.
No, it's basically it looks like they're tying it in, so they've got that for more power transmission along Highway 12 also. And they're working like crazy right now. There's ATCO and Sunrise Power, and if you went by there, Les?
Yeah. Would that be to that substation down by Boston then, you suppose, would be coming from there?
It could be, yeah. And I don't know if they're trying to split how much power, because that line is just a hopping on the north side of the highway. It just buzzes this time of year. So maybe they're just trying to bring more power west. I don't know. But from what I understood, we never saw anything on that. Here, would that be on our linear?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just all the way, or would it be on linear just where it goes along our right of way?
No, it's linear
Because just like pipelines, right, they run through private property, we still get
They
taxed
put a
on.
hole in the ground, we get paid.
Counselor Needs?
That was my question, are they putting a new pole in the?
Oh, absolutely, a whole new line on the south side, a three-phase line on the south side, and there's one on the north side currently.
Cause I know they've been working on the south side of 12 by my place, but they're just putting in those new,
Well, this is a line where there was no line.
This came out of MPC at your direction, for council to be able to write a letter. And I think it was about putting the capacity on the lines, like if you're gonna put up the new poles, make it so that you can expand.
Add to it, yeah.
And you want, and I think this is, you wanted, the council has to, give direction to do that type of correspondence.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
yeah, I know it's my residence who said that.
So you wanna make a motion?
I'll make that motion to send a letter to, if they expand, to make sure they don't put in two lines, just one line's big enough to handle future expansion.
I think that they seriously look at future plans.
Setting towers for future.
Yeah, because
It is a pain.
You made that motion? Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Green Gate Power Paint Earth Wind Project, page 207, which ties almost back to, could tie somewhat back to our 9 point.
I'll receive this information, noting that we may discuss it later on, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor? Carried. We're to the in-camera session, and we've got 35 minutes.
We'll be able to get through the in-camera.
I would think we should be able to, shouldn't we, Yvette?
I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, we're
Making that change.
Okay. Okay, we can ask,
Do you want to, but do you want to,
staff should,
6.12, do you want to, speak to the, do you want someone to, Kara, I think, did the memo? We could have Kara summarize the memo and then go into camera and discuss it.
okay, yeah, we're gonna be in camera. Yeah. And staff can stay in here, I would think.
So we're not in camera.
Long lunch, Terry.
Sorry.
A long lunch.
Not in camera just yet, so just to keep in mind.
Let's go get Kara.
Dinner's coming, you're gonna,
Probably just, I would imagine just,
I think just had something for you too on the power lines, or the wind tower. and her memo, and then basically we can go into camera and discuss next steps. Just so that you know, I've told anyone that has called, still some of the members of the community associations, that this was the step that we were going to take. Because I've tried to be very open and transparent about this whole process. We have done extensive public consultation on this, and I do believe that council needs the opportunity to go into camera, especially because it does have legal implications, to really discuss how you want to go forward. And they're well aware of that this is what council's going to do today. So, if that's okay, I'll turn it over to Karen.
Thank you. So the county administration recently undertook a series of community engagement sessions regarding the Buffalo Lake RV Resort, which was formerly Paradise Shores. During those sessions, we met with stakeholders within the county, with the councils of the summer villages of White Sands and Roshan Sands, and then with the residents that are in the agricultural land nearby the site. During those sessions, the topics discussed ranged from the recent history of the site, the environmental concerns currently on the site, and projections for the future of the site, and how we may go forward if towards a positive outcome for that site. We talked about requesting an amendment to the South Shore IDP, which would increase the allowable density from the current 168 to 325 was the number that we used most often, but that would be up to council to decide what they're comfortable with. And the benefits to working with the developer and what the amenities could be gained from that, including an extension to Bayview Street, which would allow for emergency access into and out of the lake communities, walking trail continuity, addressing the site conditions that are currently up there, and bringing it to a conclusion quicker than pursuing an enforcement activity. The response to those sessions ranged from an openness and an understanding that there is a serious concern with that site and there needs to be a way forward, one way or the other, to a pretty stone cold reaction that the SDAB decision is 168 sites, and that's all that they were willing to concede. So going forward, following those initial sessions, then we met with the developer as council and as an entire group, and I think the sentiments from the final meeting very closely mirrored the original sessions. We had some individuals that were open to an amendment and others that were not open to an amendment. So what we're requesting from council now is further direction as to where we go from here. Should we formally request a amendment to the IDP, increasing the allowable density of sites? Should we request the regularly scheduled review of the South Shore IDP, which is due for a review, or you may choose to do nothing and let the situation play out.
You can, unless you want to make any public comments, and then we can go on camera, or you can make those when you come out, which.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move us into camera.
All in favor? to, open this public hearing, please. At, 1:02. Welcome, everybody. We will go through some introductions, starting with Larry Clark.
Dave Grummer. Wayne Nixon. Wes Stillberg.
James Nyberg, Erskine South Warden, Counselor. Nikki?
Nikki Thorstensen, Director of Communications, sorry.
Andrew Brishik, Director of Municipal Services.
Beck Cassidy, CAO.
Sorry, I can hear.
Serene Erskine Buffalo Lake.
The first item on our public hearing is 4.1 bylaw 1618-19 Painter County Intermunicipal Development Plan, page 5 of our package. And you're going to present?
Well, you're gonna go through the bylaw procedures, all right?
Do you want me to read it into record?
Yes, the rules of conduct that will be followed during the public hearing is written submissions shall be tabled first and read onto the record. Anyone wishing to support or oppose the amendment will be given the opportunity to speak up to 5 minutes. Councilors may ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes or direct questions to other presenters. There will be no debating between participants, presenters, or presenters allowed. Any questions from the floor shall be addressed through the chair. Do we have any written submissions?
No, we don't, thank you.
Did I miss? Oh,
To the record?
could you read the nature of the proposed amendment, be read into the record?
This is not the year we're doing 16, 18, 19, which is for the adoption of the County of Painters and County of Stettler into Municipal Development Plan. And so we have a copy of the document, which is we're proposing to adopt by this bylaw. I'll do the presentation after when you go through to adopt the bylaw.
I'm just, man, that noise is.
Really noisy outside, we can't hear what you're saying.
Hey, so we have the documentation,
So, take notice that the Council of the County of Stettler, number 6, will hold a public hearing to hear representation concerning the proposed bylaws. Bylaw 1618-19 of the County of Stettler, number 6, in the province of Alberta, in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Chapter M26, revised statutes of Alberta 2000 and amendments thereto, to provide for the adoption of the County of Painter and the County of Stettler, number 6, Intermunicipal Development Plan. The bylaw may be reviewed at the County Administration Building located at 6602-44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta, during regular office hours, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. The public hearing to hear representation concerning bylaw 1618-19 is scheduled to be held Wednesday, December the 11th, 2019 at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible in council chambers at the County Administration Building located at 6602-44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to Planning and Development Officer, County of Stettler, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, TOC 2LO, or by email to jdonovan@stetlercounty.ca prior to December 11th, 2019, or make representation at the public hearing. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third reading to the proposed bylaws, or to approve the bylaws, Should you require additional information, please contact the Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441, November 26, 2019, Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services.
I can ask for the written submissions. Did we have any written submissions? Okay. Any verbal presentations? In support of the proposed bylaw? I see.
We don't
not for this bylaw.
So do you have a presentation or not?
It'll close and then we'll close the public hearing and do the bylaw.
Any questions from council? Any clarification?
Yeah.
Okay. This public portion of the public hearing is closed at 12:08. And we'll go back to the county of Stettler meeting at, well, we can stay open now.
Yeah, because we have another bylaw as well. Okay.
Use the old one, sorry. Yeah. Okay,
We have another bylaw as well. 162419.
Would you read it to the record, Mr. Chairman?
yes.
Take notice that the council of the county of Stettler number 6 will hold a public hearing to hear representation concerning the proposed bylaws. Bylaw 1624-19 to provide for the amendment of land use bylaw 1443-10 as amended by increasing the maximum size of a permitted use ancillary building within the county residential equestrian district from 1,200 square feet, 111.5 square meters to 1,500 square feet, 223.5 square meters. Further, to amend the maximum size of a discretionary use ancillary building within the county residential equestrian district from 1,500 square feet, 223 meters to 3,000 square feet, 278.70 square meters as per Schedule 1 attached. The bylaws may be reviewed at the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta, during regular office hours, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. The public hearing to hear representation concerning bylaw 1624-19 is scheduled to be held Wednesday, December the 11th at 1 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible in the council chambers of the County Administration Building located at 6602 44th Avenue, Stettler, Alberta. Any person wishing to comment on the proposed bylaw may do so in writing to the Planning and Development Officer, County of Stettler number 6, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, TOC 2LO, or by email to jdonovan@stettlercounty.ca prior to December 11th, 2019, or make representation at the public hearing. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third reading to the proposed, or to approve the bylaws. Stuck on that. Should you require additional information, please contact the Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441, dated November 26, 2019. Jacinda Donovan, Director of Planning Services.
Written submissions,
Yes, we do.
in support or for or against?
They took a neutral position, but they did bring up some other concerns.
Just the one?
Yes. Sure. Good afternoon. I would like to voice my concern over the proposed amendment. Although I am not disapproving of it, I have other concerns of current bylaws not being upheld. For example, there is a bylaw in place that no business operate out of this area, and currently there are. One of which is GP Concrete, which has heavy equipment and employees coming and going on a regular basis, which causes damage to our already potholed asphalt. With that being said, because there is no house, there is taxes. His taxes are minimal compared to the rest of us, but causes the most amount of damage to the road. How this relates to the proposed change in shop size is, given the opportunity, it is going to increase the chances of him and others running more businesses out of there. I am also under the understanding that there is a spa opening up, and there will also increase the amount of traffic. It seems to me that the bylaws are made to suit certain people, as when we applied to build a larger building, we were outright told no. There was no appeal process option. Furthermore, we had to get our shop engineered because it was a rule at one point in time, and the person issuing us the permit didn't know that it had changed, which cost us thousands of dollars extra, which were not necessary.
So if they're going to allow larger shops, which will encourage increased businesses, they should have higher taxes. I did plan to come to the meeting at 1 today, however, I am not able to get away from work to do so. Any questions, feel free to call me. Thank you, Lori and Dwight Myshnick. Sorry.
It's a tough one.
That was the only one?
It was.
Okay, is there any verbal presentations? Okay. Do you have a presentation, Jacinda, or
Not following the closure of the public.
are there any questions from council?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one quick question. That was advertised to all the people in the area for sure, and that was the only one that we got back.
Yes, it was. All the residents in the Carlisle Estate subdivision and also the adjacent mailed it out directly to each.
So our public consultation was taken care of.
Yes, everyone received a notice within the subdivision and the adjacent properties.
For clarification, so a larger building would be taxed more, then also assessed more, right?
Yeah, because those are like acreage type lots, so it would either be residential or commercial, it's taxed on their use. So if you added that type of structure to your already present assessment, you would pay more.
Outside the public hearing.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, this public portion of the public hearing is closed at 1:14 p.m. And we'll reconvene to the Stettler number 6 council meeting at 1:15 p.m. Okay.
1618-19 or 1624-19, which is
24, we have people here for
People here at 24 would be fine, yes.
so the bylaw received first reading at the November meeting, which was to provide for the larger structures, and is also consistent with other subdivisions within the county and agricultural parcels. The size that's being proposed is the same size as any other ancillary building in hamlets and other subdivisions. So we don't, and the copy of the amendment is attached to your report. It shows the maximum size as a permitted use of 1,500 square feet for an ancillary building, and a discretionary use ancillary building of 3,000 square feet. So it gives more flexibility. Doesn't necessarily mean that the buildings will be 3,000 square feet. It could be any size up to a maximum of 3,000, discretionary use. And the concern that was raised regarding businesses, they are required to take out a separate permit for a business. It's not part of the application for an ancillary building. So if you're operating a business, you need to apply for a separate permit. So it would be a discretionary use. And currently we don't have any use listed in our bylaw, like other than home business, or businesses within that zoning district. So we may need to bring a further, if there was any larger scale development, because currently we only have a home business as listed as uses. I don't know if you have any questions.
Any question? So typically in a home-based business, do we have a certain criteria for that?
Yes.
What are the criteria, just generally, not specifically to address that concern?
Well, there has to be a home on the property, and in what was referenced, there is no home currently, but there has to be a home on the property, and residents have to reside on the property for a home-based business, and a maximum of 3 employees.
And can they work out of their shop or garage with that home-based business?
Yes.
So that's a legitimate concern going forward, depending on the size of what happened. I'm not sure how to deal with it as far as if we have a complaint that's brought forward to us. I'm thinking that and I hate to do that, but I think we have to have our administration have a look into it and do a little bit of investigation if there is a business being run out of there that is not kosher. Then I think we should probably send one of our peace officers to have a look and find out that, to deal with that concern, because I think it's important that we do deal with those concerns, that everybody's treated fairly. That being said, Mr. Chairman, I will move this forward for second reading.
Grover, do you have a question?
Yeah, no, I had a look at this one, and it's, that building's big, but it's not gonna obstruct anybody's views, so I have no problem with it. Mr. Nyberg already, Councilor Nyberg already made, second motion.
Councilor Nixon?
To Jacinta, is there any, I guess, percentage of lot? And is the size of the building, I guess, the proposed building, would it be restricted to the size of the lot? Like, I think some of the lots vary out there, so if it was a small lot, we wouldn't necessarily want to have a huge ancillary building on it.
No, right now, the way the bylaw is proposed, the lot size isn't relevant, but that could be something that could be added, that the larger lots could accommodate a larger building, whereas there are some smaller lots, I believe, 1.5 and 2 acre lots.
So the 1.5, is that the smaller lots, or what is the smaller lots in the Carlisle Estates?
I believe that would be one of the smaller lots, and that I'm not, and we don't have site coverage in that district as well, so that could be something where it could be addressed as site coverage if the house and the lot occupy a certain percentage of the lot area. It could be addressed that way. We don't currently have that though in place. Yeah, no, we don't.
Just wondering if, with this larger size, would it meet all the setbacks?
This proposed building? Yeah, but this isn't the application to approve a particular building. It's an overall bylaw amendment, so going back to the previous MPC meeting, it did meet all the setbacks. I don't, just to answer your question, but it's not relevant as far as.
Just to clarify on that, we're dealing with the bylaws, and we shouldn't be bringing up a previous one. Two, do we have a lot coverage in any of our bylaws?
Specifically the lake properties and some of the hamlets, but in this.
No, I didn't think in any of it, but none of our agricultural districts that we have. I didn't think we did. And 1.2 acres, you'd need a fairly large building to cover any percentage of that lot. I'm thinking you have a big house and a big building.
Any comments on this land use amendment? Okay, we've got motion for second reading on the table. All in favor? Carried. Councilor Grover?
Third reading.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Passed.
All the hard work comes.
Passed. Okay, 9.1, bylaw 1618-19, Painterth County IDP for second and third readings. Page 37.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following at the first reading held last month, there were some concerns over sections of the intermunicipal development plan, and I've contacted County of Painterth, and we've gone through some of those, and I've just included them in the report. For example, section 4.1, the discretionary land use regulations for the fringe area. What was just general consensus was that any discretionary use application in either municipality would be required to follow the procedures of the Municipal Government Act. So it was significantly addressed in that section. And further, the transportation linkages on section 5.3, we were questioning the substantive development that could potentially affect the road network. So it was just agreed that if we felt that a development in our county or likewise in our municipal partner felt that it could impact the road network, we should be consulted. And I use the word consent, but we really don't have any, I said municipality for consent, but I think we would just need their pardon?
Their feedback.
Yeah, their feedback, and also try to reach a mutual agreement how to address any concerns by having your road use agreements or dust control if required, or those types of. So that's section 5.3. Section 9, we just had some concerns over the neighboring municipality, but providing input. But as we all know, the decision does lie with the governing municipality. So we may not need to go to education, but basically it just says that whatever the developments in our county, obviously we make the decision, and likewise, and so that was just covering it off. The only change that is being brought forward was to section 12, and I had just requested an explanation on the clause, if a review does not occur within such a timeline, and this was, I believe, 5 years, it will expire indefinitely. So we felt that that wasn't something that we could have in there. It will remain in place. So we're just proposing to delete that. And it was deleted in the draft copy that you received with your package. So that's, and I don't.
Questions, Councilor Member?
So, Mr. Chair, through to administration, did the painter change their clause to expire?
They made the same amendment that's proposed.
They already passed their bylaw.
They have, but this was prior to them giving the second and third reading.
Oh, I see, okay.
No, it was.
Fair enough. I'll give you a second reading on this, Mr. Chairman. Everything sounds like it's in order.
Questions or comments? Councilor Beats?
Question. So their clause that said if a review does not occur within such a timeline, it will expire indefinitely. That means the whole IDP would be non-existent?
Yeah, that's what that's implied, but we felt that that should be removed, and has been removed on the document that was adopted by the County of Painters. So we're proposing to remove it to be consistent with their document. It's on, if I can tell you the page it is on, it's on page 12, but in the package I can tell you. It's just at the bottom of the implementation review amendments and repeal of the IDP. So just state it. Pardon?
Sometimes we just don't get them. I don't know where that would be.
But it would still be enforced. It's like our Buffalo Lake IDPs.
I just want to know what that interpretation was being defined as between Stettler County and Painter County.
They're consistent now with what we're proposing here, just to remove that clause.
Councilor Stolberg?
I was just wondering, I guess with the proposed expansion of a wind farm close to our borders, is the referral area, does that meet all the requirements in this IDP that we want, or did some of that get?
The referral area is identified on the map, the fringe area, but I spoke to the developer of the expansion for the windmill project this morning earlier, and he says his referral area encompasses 1,200 meters from any turbine. So it would go beyond the half mile that we have now in place, or the mile rather, it's 1 mile on the, so, and he felt that their their referral process is what they follow through the Alberta Utilities Commission. So it exceeded that fringe area.
Okay, that's I just wanted clarified.
It is 1,200 meters?
Yes, and if it's 800 meters, they communicate directly with anyone within 800 meters of any, well, I mean, they send it out, but they have a consultation, a direct consultation, not just a referral, like we send out referrals, but they actually contact the person with, or any residents within 800 meters and have private meetings with those people.
Falls under provincial regulations, so.
It does, yes, which is 1,200.
We have second reading. Table, any other questions? All in favor?
Chairman, just for that clarification for me, so will they do a presentation to us because they're within that 1,200 meters as a municipality, or just resident?
They're more than willing. Right at this stage, they haven't brought the application forward to County of Painters.
Oh, okay.
Because they're still awaiting approval from AUC. So it's slated to be presented to County of Painters in January. So I think after it's been reviewed by that county, we could have them come. He's more than willing to meet.
I'll move third reading, Mr. Chairman. Questions or comments? All in favor? You're in favor? Carried. Okay, carried.
Thank you.
Okay, under new business, we would now go to six 6.12, request for decision, Buffalo Lake South Shore IDP amendment, which is page 34 of our package. We don't need that presented again, do we?
Yeah, I think
Gary.
this particular.
Okay, Carrie, it's before.
Request for decision should be presented to us.
This is a request for decision as a follow-up on the community engagement sessions that county administration has previously held with the community associations, these surrounding the Buffalo Lake Family RV Resort, which is formerly Paradise Shores, the summer councils of the summer villages, and the ratepayers within the county, on adjacent properties. The topics of discussion at those community engagement sessions included a recent history of the property, the current concerns with the property, and some suggestions that the county feels may be beneficial to all parties going forward. The reception to those suggestions ranged from an openness and understanding that the county is facing some difficult decisions to an outright refusal to negotiate any further allowable lots for that site. The request that we're bringing forward to you today is, now that we have the information gathered from those community engagement sessions, is where do we go from here? We have the options to formally request an amendment to the South Shore IDP to allow for an increase in the density on the lot, with a moratorium placed on the property pending a major review of the South Shore IDP. You have the option to formally request a major review of the South Shore IDP without a specific request for a amendment to the density allowable on that site, or the third option is to take no action regarding the amendments to the Buffalo Lake South Shore IDP.
Discussion on this?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, then we can discuss it, bring it to the floor.
Mr. Nixon?
I make a motion, option one, that the county Stettler formally request an amendment to the Buffalo Lake South Shore IDP to allow for an increase in the allowable density dwelling units from 168 to 325 on the 2040-20 west of Fourth, and place a moratorium on further development within that same plan description pending the completion of a major review of the Buffalo Lake South Shore Intermunicipal Development Plan by an independent third party.
Okay. Questions or comments? Seeing none, or Councilor Needs?
I personally would just like to see the major review of the South Shore IDP and go from there. I feel like we can address a lot of the other issues that are going on within South Shore that we've brought up throughout our bylaw reviews, and go that way first.
Any questions? Concerns? Councilor Stolberg?
What I heard from the last public meeting was that they weren't so much against development. They just wanted some assurance that, I guess, that the numbers would be not going up rapidly in a short order of time. So I think if this moratorium placed on that, it should satisfy both parties. It should satisfy the people that don't want to see it added on to right away, and the people that are trying to finish what they've got there and look after the environmental concerns. So I think this probably will be the best option to satisfy all parties.
Any other comments? Motion on the table, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor Needs is opposed.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think we should probably also include in maybe another motion that we instruct administration to maybe formulate a clear understanding of what going forward means for the ratepayers. I think there's some misunderstanding that this is a subdivision and not a development, and what happens if things don't go in a certain way, and what happens if they go in a certain way. And I think that should be maybe made a little bit more clear. And I think that can be left up to administration to formulate that plan, but I think it's very important that we take all the information that we've gathered and make a clear statement of what it looks like going forward, whether we take road A or we take road B, but have that clearly outlined so people, there's been a lot of misinformation over the years in this one, and I think it's very imperative that we're on a very good footing right now. The important part being that moratorium is in place, that's going forward, and how we see ourselves going forward. I'd like to make that motion, if that's okay.
Marlene, did you figure that motion out?
My motion is that we instruct administration to formulate a clear go forward communication of what is going to happen in the next few steps, as in concern to the Buffalo Lake South Shore Intermunicipal Plan and the current development that is ongoing. Does that sound clear for you? Does that give you a good direction?
Questions or comments on that? Councilor Nixon?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, that I've been getting emails and comments, and I suppose that the rest of council has too, that the county is turning a blind eye to the environmental concerns, which we certainly haven't been, and we certainly have been addressing for months now. So I know Karen and Andrew have been part of that months ago. So I just want people to realize that we are aware of concerns. We have been addressing them.
Any questions or comments, concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Okay, we are waiting for a delegation now. I think that's the last thing on our agenda is our delegation and then decision on.
When we start early, we finish early. It's awesome.
Went into a recess mode.
Is there anything else for in camera though, at all?
No, that's,
At all?
Are you gonna put it into recess till 2 o'clock then?
We will recess till 2:00.
say? Whatever you wish to do.
Well, they're just so short. We'll take us out of recess and we'll do some introductions.
Three Neats, Erskine, Buffalo Lake.
Larry Clark. Wayne Nixon, Denalda, Red Willow.
Your Glamour Ending.
Dave Snyberg, Erskine South Ward. Not Andrew Rishon.
The Andrew Rishon.
Rhonda O'Neill, Stettler Public Library.
Jane Scotchbold, Chair, Stettler Public Library Board, and resident of Bonfa area.
Welcome. You've got a presentation for us.
We do, a quick presentation, until 10 minutes, is the optimal.
Okay.
Amount of time.
I think he said 2 minutes.
Sorry, yes. Okay, so thank you very much for having us here to present to you.
Mike, Andrew.
You can still turn it up a bit.
Put it closer to her so we can hear.
They are both
Deaf.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a
Snowblower going out here earlier, so.
library talker too, so. Okay, so just to get started, a couple of highlights from 2019. I won't go into all of them, but we had a number of big programs that were quite successful in the community. The Robert Raymond Cook Evening, for instance. The launch of our Conversation Cafe, that's where English as an additional language learners come to converse with one another and facilitators at the library, and that's been a huge success. We took part in the provincial and the federal candidates forum this year in partnership with the Board of Trade. We've had author visits, we've done wine and beer tasting, and we just recently wrapped up our international potluck and wine survivor fundraiser for 2019. The wine survivor fundraiser was very successful. I think we raised about $3,500-ish. It's cold out there. Okay, so what have we been doing this year? We've been connecting community members with shared interests, and in terms of adult programming, we've increased this. Last year we had approximately 914 adults come to programs at the library, and this year we're up to 2,600, so I think it's going in a really good direction and quite positively. We've had blanket ceremonies. We introduced a cooking class we brought in Chef Pete Sock from Central Alberta area, and that was well received. As well, we've partnered with other programmers in the area to do stained glass, paper quilling. We've launched a Tuesday Club, which is adult programs in the middle of the day, and most of the people attending that are adults with developmental disabilities, and so we've been having quite a bit of fun with them on Tuesdays. This focus on adults isn't taking away from the early literacy and engaging youth. We're offering read and rhyme 3 mornings a week. One morning is in partnership with the Stettler Learning Center, and that is going to continue in the new year. They've just recently gotten a new director, so we'll see if it continues into next year. We're hoping it will, because it's been quite successful, and now we're getting more children coming back to that program with their parents. We've also done special workshops. We had a comic art workshop with Chance Clark. We've had art club with Andrea Hatch. She came in and did Christmas cards with adults and children, and she also did painting. I can't remember the specifics of that, but we've been doing a lot more programming with volunteers from the community. And then, as usual, Summer Reading Club was quite active this year. We had a number of activities, bowling party kickoff. We were out to Roche-en-Sands. We had an amazing race, which, a lot of families took part in the family events, and we had regular attendance from all age groups. So last year when we presented to Town Council, they said, well, how are we doing in comparison with other libraries? So we've got some charts to to show how we're doing as compared to others. And you see with the total number of library hours, we're right up there. You know, there are some communities that have more hours, but you know, it's not necessarily a direct comparison because the situation in Stettler with the joint library committee and soon to be an intermunicipal library board, that makes the numbers a little bit different. We're kind of unique in the province, but when you put us up against others that are in our population, we're doing quite well. So I think we're punching above our weight, is what I like to say. In terms of annual visits, we had almost 68,000. So that's quite good in comparison to other libraries in the size classification. Our circulation is really high. I think we're the highest in that grouping. Total card holders, it's respectable. I'd like to see those numbers go up in the new year, but at least we're holding our own. And not everybody has in Stettler, not everybody has their own card. There are a lot of family memberships. So even though it says 2,300, it could be more, like we're serving 4,000. But they have family cards and they just use one person's name instead of everyone in the family. In terms of, sorry, I'm not keeping up here.
Can I just ask a question as you're going? So I don't know how your system works, but you got 2,300 cards, can you see the usership of the 2,300 cards? Like, so could you do a statistic saying that everybody that owns a card has come in for at least one visit per year, or is that something?
Yeah, within a 2-year period, what happens we only renew cards when people ask us to renew them. So they have to come to the library or phone the library, or we're in touch with them by email or online. And after 2 years, Parkland Regional Library deletes everybody who has not renewed. So everybody who has been inactive for 2 years, they're automatically deleted as long as they don't have fines. But we do go through to make sure that the people with fines aren't left hanging in our membership. They're really.
So there's no way basically saying if you come in, you get a free candy if you show me your library card or something. So at least then you would know if you're getting full usage. I mean, you could have 10,000 cards out there. If there's only 1,000 people using them, that doesn't make.
We can tell when the last activity was.
On a card.
On a card, definitely.
Okay. Even if they're using some of your outreach programs?
No, like that would be just if they're checking out books, or if they're using our e-resources. I'll keep that in mind for next year. So in terms of total card holders, we've covered that. It's a pretty respectable number. For fun things to do, in 2018 we had 714 programs, which is within the realm of normal. And we had almost 7,400 participants. So, you know, you look at some of these numbers where we're stacking up and you see that, you know, we had 714 programs and Barhead had 2,000 programs. And we're like, how do they do that? You know, that would have to be a couple programs a day. But then when you look at the total number of participants, we're still, you know, beating Barhead. Not that anybody, you know, nothing against Barhead, I'm sorry. The programming's going pretty well. Computer use, we have a lot of people coming into the library to use computers still. There's a lot of children as well that come in to play on the computers after school, but we're seeing a lot of people coming in and they're wanting to print out forms, or they're wanting to do up their resumes. We had one woman come in and she needed some information for a course that she was doing in Red Deer, and we were able to put her online with her college library so that she could access the resources there from Stettler. And so it saved her a trip into the city. Kept her in town. She left very happy, and that sort of thing happens a lot, you know, when people are able to get the information, print things off their phones. We had a lot of people faxing this year too with the insurance claims, so they would come in and do that at the library. And then, as you can see from our Wi-Fi sessions, we are living with the Stettler advantage of being located in the recreation center. They have installed better Wi-Fi this year, and we were watching the numbers go down, but they've seemed to rebound now with the hockey season. So while I was working at Parkland, one of the things we did at annual report time was a value of services, a return on investment exercise. And so I've taken what was developed there for member libraries and kind of did that for our numbers in 2018. And you can see for each service or resource that's available at the library, we've assigned a value. And that value, like for books, we're saying doesn't really matter if it's print or if it's e-resource. It does matter if you're buying it, because there's a very big difference in the price for libraries buying e-resources. But for the person using it, typically they don't really care that often if it's print or electronic. A lot of people don't like the electronic yet, but that use is growing. But the value they're getting from reading that book isn't really any larger, in my estimation. Movies, based on what you would pay to watch a movie on demand. Information service, the amount of time by the staff salary on average. And then workstation hours, that one's a little bit bigger. The cost that we use for that, for every hour of workstation, computer workstation that people use in Stettler, that's them not going to Red Deer to use a computer for $18 an hour at Staples in Red Deer. So we came up with those values and then multiplied them by the units, and we ended up with 1,330,682.
So do you guys sell any new books?
We don't sell new books, no.
Is there anybody in Stettler that does?
No, I think Walmart and places like that, but there is no dedicated book seller at this point.
That's something you've ever looked at. I mean, I don't go to Red Deer that often. I know people that do go to chapters and love doing that. Is there an opportunity for you? I don't know what your buying power is to buy books. I know lots of people buy them online, but I'm one of those shoppers that when I want to feel what I'm buying a lot of times.
Do you want to keep the book forever, or would you donate it back to the library?
A lot. I'd like donating them back to the library because
So we have an book adoption program, and I do that quite a bit. So you buy the book, you give the library the money, you get to be the first to read it, and then it goes into our circulation.
Is that widely known?
Well, I don't know.
You might want to push that a little bit versus, and you could sell it as the opportunity of, don't buy at chapters, buy locally and buy here, and you get the first to read it. Unless you're really in love with it, then you have to buy 2 books.
Really in love with the book that I bought, had sent to me to Indigo until the Bothell post office got broken into. Just saying.
If you would have bought through the library, it would still be there for you to enjoy. Just a thought. I'm just thinking that that's something that.
We do have a number of patrons who are like Jane, have their favorite authors, and they want to be the first to read them, so they will buy them and donate them to the library. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe something that could be
Promoted a little better. We could do an adoptable program on the website.
people understand what you're actually doing with it and talking about.
All right. So in terms of the return on investment, the combined town and county requisition was $364,808 in 2018, and in 2018 we returned $1,330,682. So it's a net investment gain of $965,875. Sorry. Which is benefit that members of the community are receiving at the library through our programming is mostly free. When we do charge for programs, it's on a cost recovery basis for like the stained glass workshop, for example, or for the cooking classes where there are ingredients and you get a nice meal. So on to the budget. It's mostly the same as last year. You'll see expenses. We've gone up a bit in terms of equipment. This year we were in a position where we needed to buy a DVD repair machine because we're circulating a lot of DVDs, and that service had been provided by Parkland. Their machine broke down, so we needed to get one. And we have offered that service out to the libraries in Donalda and Big Valley, just because they would be in a similar position. They haven't taken us up on it yet, but certainly in our library, and we have offered them that service. But now we need to buy supplies for that machine so that we can run it. And so our equipment expenses have gone up a little bit this year because things do break down and you need to replace them. The audit and bank fees have gone down this year, and that's because the library board at Stettler, the policy is that we do an audit, a full audit every third year. And so now we're entering into a first year of 2 financial review years. So our costs went down there. I mean, everything else isn't really significantly different, just $100 here, $100 there. And staff, of course, I should mention staff wages. When we give the staff their wage increment at the end of the year, and then on top of that, 1.25% COLA. And that's based on, I think it's 1.3 right now-ish. It has been for some months. So on to income. Grants, we did better than we thought we would do this year. So we're forecasting that we will continue to do that well in terms of the summer employment grants and things like that. The provincial government grant has not been reduced at this time, so we're hoping that will continue into next year as well. Sales and service, donations and fundraising, we're predicting that we're going to do more of that this year. So we've increased that by about $5,000. This year is a casino year for the Friends of the Library. They've been very hard at work raising money for the library with book sales and Wine Survivor. And yeah, I don't know if any of you have had Gail come try to sell you tickets, but she's been forced to be reckoned with. Our sales and services, because we don't. But I think it's gone. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sales and services, that's gone down. Typically, we don't charge people a whole lot for coming to the library. The memberships are free. We're trying to reduce as many barriers to use the library as we can. But we've made up for that decline by bumping up the fundraising. And so other revenue, that's just, I think, bank interest. So the requisitions are just up slightly, 1.82% over last year. So that amounts to $2,400 for the county. In the town, we presented on December 3rd, and they approved our request. I don't know if you have any questions. Beyond that, highlighting some programming partnerships. We are working with a lot of people in the community to bring good programming to the community through the library. And then it takes a village. We've got a lot of supporters, and we're hoping that we can count on your support in the coming year. Questions?
Rhonda, I was just wondering if you could just touch a little bit on the outreach programs that the library does that reach into the county and the lodges.
Delivered to the lodges, Paragon Place, Points West, Auxiliary, Hardhaven, there's one more, I can't remember the name right now. Oh, Willow Creek, yes, thank you. So we go to those lodges every 2 weeks with visits and bring materials, and a lot of times audiobooks too, Daisy discs, and we've got machines that we lend out to seniors that are visually impaired or have another condition that prevents them from using books. So that's well valued by the people who receive the service. It's, I think, a way that they can maintain a love of reading when their body no longer allows for that. The other outreach that we're providing, Brandy Roper and Jillian Spencer, 2 of our team members, they go out to the colonies. So Red Willow, Erskine, Gadsby and White Sands. Right now, actually, Red Willow was discontinued this fall. There were some concerns, I think, in the community about control and about, what is permitted reading. Like, it's not, it changes, right? At first, we were going and bringing books on hockey. It was no more hockey, no Archie comics. And so there was another book, I think, that caused a little bit of a controversy maybe with some people who wanted to tighten up. So we lost Red Willow, but we're still going out and providing that service to the other colonies that have signed on. And that's going quite well, as far as we know. The circulation, and these children are voracious readers, like they go through books, some of them 30 books in a visit, and again, they receive that service every 2 weeks. And let's see, I'm thinking then with the summer reading club, there is Rosh on Sands. I know we were approached by the Stettler Learning Center to do a children's read and rhyme down in Big Valley, but we weren't, because there's a library already in Big Valley, we weren't necessarily keen to jump in and step on toes, but we would consider that for other communities.
Stover?
There are no other questions. I'd like to move that the county of Stettler approve the Stettler Public Library budget as they have presented to us.
Seeing none, all in favor? None opposed?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jane, I voted with 2 hands for it.
You're so coordinated.
Well, that's not what my wife says.
I was thinking about the one outreach program where they have such keen readers. Maybe they're reading too much and not getting their chores done.
Exactly.
Chairman, I think we're done, are we?
That could be it, that could be it.
Next meeting is the 14th. That'll come out.
Establish that, and I'll give,
All in favor?
if I beat you to